Hey guys, thanks for joining me today for the live stream. I'm so excited. I'm really excited to have you here, and if you want to paint along, that's cool. And if you just want to watch, that's cool. Hey Marion, oh good to have you here from South Africa, Marion. Um, yeah, if you can only stay for a bit, that's fine. Just glad you can pop in. Um, yeah. So what I would love to do today is just show you a little bit of my process and techniques and just the thought process behind capturing a message in the painting and trying to take it beyond the likeness of your subject. I remember a time when I almost quit painting because I just really lost the joy in my art, and I found that like what I was missing was um something deeper in it, like capturing a message in the painting where I was too much into the realism. So that's where a lot of my thought process that I use now is centered around just capturing a mood, a message, and just communicating something to the viewer besides just painting something realistic. And so yeah, so let's get started. And at the end, I'd like to show you a little bit about my art class community, if that's all right, and give you a little bonus and for all the people that are here live. And thanks for letting me know that, Regina. Um, maybe I need to send out another email real quick, but hope everybody is able to get to the link okay for this class. Um, but let's just go ahead and get started. They should have the link because they should have like 2 or 3 emails with the link in it. So um, let's go ahead and okay, here we go. So I'd like to show you first of all before we start painting just a little bit about my layering process. You might have seen this if you've been in my classes before, but I just tend to have a layering process that's not super direct or fast, but whoops, I'm sorry. Uh, this is what I need to show you. So this was what we were painting in a class recently, and you can see how I started off with just the underpainting here. Um, you can see like it's just the most basic lightest tones. Oh, that's the color study. But then we went to the from here to here, and then the first layer in the background. So that's all right there about the first layer, and then the second layer on the eyes, starting more of the second layer. The Here's I think the third layer. Um, Getting into the fourth layer. Whoops. Uh, I'm sorry, that's not in order, but there we go. Here's the finish. Yeah, so you can see, it's kind of a methodical, slower layering process in a lot of my paintings, where it's just real wet into wet washes with glazes of transparent, um, transparent watercolor, you know? And, I got a question about that, like, how I did my elephant painting if you would like to see that, and, that you can really see too, it's a lot of built up layers, so this is the same process, it's just a lot of transparent glazes, yeah, Havens asked me about that, thanks for y'all's great questions, you emailed me, and some of them are a little challenging, but I'll try to answer them, in this short class here, um, we've done, like, whole classes on just those questions, so I'll try to answer those, but, um, this here your question was, "How do I achieve the beautiful background with warm and cool grays? Do I mix complementary colors on the paper or use transparent glazing?" Yeah, that's a lot of transparent glazes, just like that tiger I showed, um, and some complementary grays, but we'll get into that more as we paint, so yeah, let's get started on our leopard. So if I think y'all probably got my, my little attachments with the drawing, the sketch. Um, so this is my sketch I did for the leopard here. Um, this is really important to me because a lot of my process is really done just the strength of the painting is in the sketch so much of the time. So a lot of the creative decisions are done here. So for example, you can see where I made more contrast in places like right here and right here. That's some important spots there. Right here, um, and then the tail right here, and the face. You see the highlighted face with the contrast, but the rest you see it's just kind of lost and um not much contrast, faded out. Last edges where it's soft edges. It allows the viewer's eye to be able to move around the page. Um, so the viewer will be drawn to the contrast, and by having quiet areas, it will allow the viewer to move to the places with more contrast and not get confused and not know where to look, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I'd love to know where y'all are from. If there's a chat, if you'd like to chat, you could put where you're from in the chat. That would be fun. I see Nira from Sri Lanka. Hi Nira and Toby and Fernando, um, Regina. Okay, so let's. I'd like to show you real quick my palette. So this is my palette, and you can see how I have complementary colors straight across from each other. So like red and blue are opposite colors on the color wheel. So you can see that right here. It's red Pyrrole Scarlet is straight across from the Antwerp blue. So I've got it laid out like that. So every step here is a set of complementary colors. So it's just like the color wheel, but in a square format. So that does help. I use a lot of complementary grays, and that really helps create beautiful color. Oh well, It's Stephanie from Massachusetts, and Regina from Germany, Sandy from Canton, and Asheville, North Carolina. Thanks. That's pretty neat to have a class with people paint, painting together, doing art together from around the world. So I'm gonna start off with just some simple layers here. Start off with a base tone, kind of like that tiger I showed you. Wait, actually, I'm sorry. I realized I need to do a couple color studies first. So I like to do some really simple cartoon color studies. So all I really need is basically just the basic shapes. Um, so I often get too involved in these little color studies, so I'm trying to purposefully leave it super simple because all I need is just a very rough, just basically the proportions of the shapes is all I need. And what I'd like to do this for is to experiment a little bit because sometimes I find that when I experiment with color studies, I usually find better options that I like to tweak the colors from the photograph so I don't copy the photo. Um, so usually I ask myself, what is the more important color? Like if I pick one color to be important or dominant, um, what color like must it have, And often I'll start with that color. Currently at the moment, I'm not really sure um exactly what color scheme I'm going to go with. Oftentimes this is a discovery process, which makes it fun. This in the sketch is like honestly to me where most of the creative work, the biggest creative decisions are made. Once I go to the main painting, usually I've kind of figured out most of what I want. But it's good because I'm not really free to be creative and experiment with the larger painting. When I do these little tiny sketches and color studies, it just helps to just take any attachment to the painting away. I don't really care if this doesn't turn out very well that much. It's not I've not invested much into this, much time or I'm not attached to it emotionally. Hmm. So I believe I feel like the yellow is important because right now I'm not quite exactly sure what the message is. I'm still trying to process that as I do these little studies. Like what is do I want to communicate to the viewer in this painting? I'm still kind of trying to process that. So yellow. is definitely important for me in this color study. That's some gamboge, and that's also a little azo yellow with some sap green up here, and then I'm using some amethyst genuine violet as we come into the purples here. And if you look at the color wheel, that's amethyst is straight across from that greenish yellow, so nice complementary colors there. Huh. I've got people emailing me saying they can access they're watching the live stream, but they can't access the chat, so I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on there, why the chat's not working for everyone. Um, but I'm glad that you're getting the video. Let's just make the warm colors pop a little more. So that's a little bit of pyrrole orange right into some of this yellow I had done previously. You know what I'm feeling, and this is like he's just hanging out. There's the chat. Let's see if someone's looking for the chat option. Um, I believe that you can access it. Let me just check here and see on my own side here. Hmm. It came right up for me on my window, the chat. I'm not really sure what's going on for y'all. But yeah, I'm getting your emails so um oh good. I'm glad you got sound, Veronica. All these technical things sometimes we have Zooms usually, Zoom meetings with our online class community. We do like twice a month. We have Zooms and uh we've got it pretty smoothed out most of the time, but you never can tell with computers all the technical issues that can happen. Oh, okay, Marion, thanks. So Marion said if you're on full screen, the chat disappears, but if you press escape, and reduce the screen size, you can see the chat. Thanks, Marion, for sharing that. So I'm liking this color study. Usually when I start off with my color studies, um, I usually start off without going too different from the photograph. If I like the photo, just to try it kind of like what I see in the photo, and then I can do other color studies, a second and a third one, and compare it with the first one that's more like the photo. You know what I mean? So I've chosen yellow as my dominant color in this painting, in this color study. We'll see if we keep that after we do a second or a third. It's pretty light. This isn't like a good. It's definitely not a value study right here, so let's not, get worry about the values right now. So that I think that's good. I'm just gonna put a little bit of earth tones in for the more rugged natural, wild feel. This is, burnt sienna with a little ultramarine blue. Yeah, we'll get into more technique and stuff once we start the, larger, um, painting. Okay, I kinda like this study, you know? It's not too different from the photo, but it's a beautiful photo, really, you know? I like it is. Okay. Looks like a little, cartoon character. Let's do another little color study here. You know, when I do these, I usually do like 3 or 4 or 5 of these color studies, and oftentimes I don't like some of them. They're not very nice. They're not really that great looking, you know? Um, but end up liking maybe 1 or 2 of them a lot, and so it's okay if it doesn't look good. It's okay to just be free to experiment and try something that different, you know? Huh. Let's see. I'm not gonna bother with this is very rough, so that's okay. I'm just gonna leave it. Probably made the head too big, but that's okay. You know, intentionally, I'm kind of like giving my self permission, um, to do it rough, because that way, just psychologically, I need to be free to just play with it, you know, just have fun, just be like paint it in a childlike way in a way. But I'm gonna ask what one color should I try to make dominant, you know? You can think warm or cool. Do I want it warm or cool? And I feel like for sure I want warm. And I feel like I for sure want yellow. So that is I think pretty solid in my mind. I want yellow on this one. I'm thinking I'm trying to imagine it in other colors with other dominant colors and it just doesn't seem good to me. So oh, okay, that's thanks. So Janice is saying thanks, Janice. That when you use the link from your email, you didn't get a chat option, but when you signed in with your account, the chat came up. So man, I did not realize that. I'm sorry, guys. If I guess you need an account to be able to chat. I really apologize for that. I didn't know that. Um, it's what it seems to be. So So this is so far the same, but I may try to adjust it. Sometimes I do 2 or 3 that are very close, very alike, but I'll just kind of throw in a different color, and sometimes I'm really pleased with it. I like it better adjusted slightly, so it's worth doing. It's worth trying. Because if we're gonna spend, 10 or 30 hours on a painting or 100 hours, um, you know, it's worth taking these steps to kind of chart out the path, kind of like a roadmap, charting it out before we start the journey so we don't have to, like, we can take the straightest, most direct route, most effective. I think I'm gonna try a little bit extra green in this one. This is my, hooker's green. It's too much, though. I really want yellow to be dominant. Um, so I'm not gonna carry on too much with the green. I think I'll shift back to yellow here, and then what I like is the airy feeling of the light coming through the leaves of the tree, like up in the upper part of the tree where it's just the rustling of the leaves in the breeze and the light just kind of filtering through. Um, I feel like a sense of this airiness, I think is what I'm wanting to capture, kind of like a warm, pleasant day, a little bit of shade, like cool, but warm sunlight peeking through, just kind of chilling out. So I just added a little bit of Pearl Scarlet. So right now, I haven't changed this much from my little color study. Honestly, all the things I'm imagining in my head of how it could be different, I don't like anywhere as near as my little one, but that's okay. This process is getting me to at least try, try to imagine different different options, and sometimes the photo just has a really good color scheme already. I think what I'm gonna do this time though is I'm gonna try to use more earth tone. Okay, there we go. It definitely needs some cool tones though. What it's making me feel like I wanna capture is that time of the day that it's just a little bit warm in the sunlight and a little cool in the shade, so it's just really pleasant. So I feel like it needs the cool peeking through. So this is my ultramarine blue. In the shadows we can it's gonna have cool reflections of the sky, of the blue sky in the shadows, so we can drop that in. So this gives a little more contrast. That blue with the orange and yellow creates more contrast than our first study, which makes it a little bit more action and more dramatic and a little more intense, not as restful. Um, so I think I like my I'm kind of leaning toward the restfulness, maybe. That's what I'm curious. Is anybody painting with me today? A little bit of blue in the spots. Little bit of orange pyrrole. Oh, good. Good. I see. Some of y'all are painting with me. That's neat. Stephanie, you're always painting with me. I appreciate how diligent you are um with your painting and watercoloring. Okay, that's oh good. Let's see, Susan, you're painting with me too. Good. So I like the purples in this one. I think that this one is this one is more action active because of the contrast of color. There's more contrasting because of you've got blue, more blues, which are the opposite of the warm colors up here. So this one has a subtle bit of purple, but they're not quite as much contrast as the blue is. If you look at the color wheel, it's a little bit closer to the warm colors, the purple is, than the blue is here. So the closer the colors are on the color wheel, the less contrast of color it's gonna make. So that's good to consider because contrast contrast any kind of contrast, whether it's color or values, it will create more action. The less contrast a painting has, the less intense and the less active it'll be, the more calm and quiet it'll be, more peaceful. Uh, uh, I see Amy, you're painting with a cup of tea. I've got mine too. Mm. Let's see. So let's do one more. Uh, It's okay if it looks like a cartoon, even if it's like Winnie the Pooh, except I'm not gonna put a red shirt on him. He is yellow. Um, I feel like this looks a bit like Winnie the Pooh right now. Looks like a koala, actually. That's okay. All, all I need is the basic proportions. It's really alright if doesn't look just like our leopard, the right realistic. So let's see. I know now I really like the purples, subtle purples, and I like the greens, the yellows. I think honestly I'm leaning toward let's try one with a little more green like this with purples, with more purples. So I'm gonna not really changing it that much again, but just this subtle bit really does make a difference. Sometimes it can really change the feel of a painting pretty dramatically. Okay, then. See. Sometimes just subtle things in the painting can really really make a big difference. That's my gamboge again. So I'm just gonna try to use a little more purples. You know, I know that I want this to be restful. Um, just personally, every paint artist has a different approach to a subject. Like everybody sees something different in it sometimes, and sometimes someone would want the same painting to be like the strength of the leopard and the power and the he's looking at it down from the tree. He's like powerful up on a high place looking down over his like surveying his land or something like that. And you could do that like I mean we could actually try to add that into the message while keeping it calm and peaceful. But if we wanted it really powerful and more intense and dramatic, we would want more contrast and complementary, like stronger colors, opposites. If we want it more restful, we'll keep it more analogous and okay. I think I'm gonna dab this up here for the broken light kind of reflecting off the leaves and shining through the trees, the leaves. There's that warm um sap green with a little bit of azo yellow. This is gonna draw the viewer's attention, this color, so I'm putting it more not too close to the head. Whoops. That sap green with some of its complement, the um ultramarine violet purple. A little bit more sap green. So this has actually hooker's green right there, and then a little bit of it's the gray with the purple, the ultramarine, the cobalt blue violet is what I mean to say. Yeah. Um, okay, and let's come in let's not go too cool. I don't wanna go too cool. I wanna keep this a little bit about the warmth. The warm, peaceful, pleasant, day with the cool breeze coming through the tree. So there's my amethyst, genuine. It's a warmer violet, so it's gonna have a more warmer, inviting feel than a cooler violet that'll become more gray. The warmer violet will be more of a warm gray with this yellow. Not not too cool of a gray, you know. A little bit of green in there. I'm just gonna try to repeat the colors throughout the painting to give a nice harmony. So a little bit of orange to warm it up here. Give a little more life to it, a little more action. Sometimes I really like doing these color studies too because it, especially in class, because it feels like it just helps loosen me up, loosen up like my hand, and I'm not looking at it so linear, but more in a painterly way where we can just let there be brush marks, let there be just edges just totally lost and things like that, you know? That way when we go to the painting, we have that kind of energy and a little bit more freedom, I feel like for me. I don't know if everybody needs that, but that helps me because I spent so long painting so tight, you know, for years and trying to make things realistic, you know. And that realism is kind of cool, but I like it too. I like to make things realistic, and I love certain artists' work that are, but I feel like sometimes the way I used to try to make things realistic would just I would not it would actually lose the message because I was too much into trying to capture the realism. Sometimes the message is actually better conveyed when you don't when you can get a little more creative with it, you know. The purple shadows, nice cool shadows there. Put some orange, mingle it in with that cool purple into the shadow right there. Yeah, and then we can come in with our neutral um ultramarine violet with a little bit of burnt sienna to come right into the spots here. A little bit of pyrrole orange just to increase that vibrancy and contrast right in this spot here. Um, oh, yeah. Yeah, you like to, play first a little bit too, Marianne, huh? To get, painting comes together a little better after playing, kinda warming up first. Let's see. It's one thing I love about plein air painting too, and painting from life really helps me with that too, like and then if you do it enough, then you can kind of bring that same, energy back into the studio, and it takes being some kind of intentional to get the studio work with that same energy, but you can do it, if you paint from life r occasionally. Okay. I'm just kinda glancing at my little sketch over here to see what to make, a little bit stronger contrast in places, but we'll really get into that more once we get into our, larger piece. I don't need to fiddle around too much with this. Um, yeah, so the paper right now is very, kind of on the drier side. It's like a satin finish, sherry. Um, yeah, barely wet at all, so actually I really need to stop working. A little bit of purple for the nose there. Purple in the shadows here on the behind the whiskers, under the chin, and the white fur. It's gonna be a really nice complement for that yellow. That's amethyst genuine purple. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that one. I like it a lot better. Let's see. I'm curious. Hmm. In a way, they're all nice in their own way. They all have their strengths, and I'd love to know what y'all think. If what your favorite is. Do you like? Let's see. Let's put this. Well, let's see. That's our first one we did. Do you like the first one, the second one, or the third one? If okay. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay between the chat and the video, so I'm just now getting your answers. Um, thanks for thanks for your feedback. Thanks for okay, the middle, the third, the second, the last. Looks like it's kind of a tie between the this one and this one, so I think I might go with this one, but we could put a little bit more blues in it if we want to, you know? Let's see here. So let's start off with just the wet and the wet wash, you know? Um, like, if you look at, we can paint with different wetnesses. Um, Wet into wet just means it's a really wet brush into real wet paper. So for example, I know a lot of y'all have seen this, but we'll just show the difference of a wet brush into wet paper on this side, and then over here I'll do a dry brush, like a dry mix of paint into just damp paper. Okay, so so the first one, I'm always holding this in my left hand, and I'm just always like often dabbing my brush to get the right wetness. So I'm not gonna allow myself to do that for the wet and the wet. I'm gonna put this off to the side and not dry my brush out. So I'm just gonna make this very wet. Hmm. Thanks for y'all's feedback about the colors. Um, yeah, I've tried that, Sonia. Your question about have I how often have I painted the same painting with different color schemes? Um, Definitely I've tried that, and um, and I realized in it, like, one painting version of it just didn't capture the message I wanted. Um, so usually I think I know I have one message, but when I've done multiple color schemes, it's just that one didn't capture the message quite as well, you know what I mean? That's why it's worth it to um do these color studies first, because it's a lot better use of your time on the large painting, once you okay, so let's go here. Wet brush into wet paper. So I'm gonna use this probably a number 5 round brush here. And so if you look at my palette, I'm gonna take a so this is very wet paint right here. See how soupy wet that is? It's just like runny, like um kind of like milk. So I'm gonna try to use that to start with that. That's what we would use in wet into wet painting. A wet brush like that into wet paper. So you see it really spreads nicely. And I'm gonna use some blue, the same wetness. It's gonna be very soupy wet, like milk consistency, So it just spreads out a lot, and that's how usually I start paintings. to get kind of a foundation, underpainting. But this and you can see how it's moving, it's spreading around. But this side right here, so this side is dried a little bit. I think you can see the wetness right there. Let's see, right there, kind of like a semi-gloss right over here. So this side I'm gonna use a drier paint mix. It's gonna be, much drier. So I'm gonna go in, like, right into here. You can see the consistency, the difference. Like, this was like milk. This is kind of like melted butter. I think Richard, gave me that, uh, compare that analogy at our class at the Booth Museum. Yeah, let's see. So can you see that difference? It's like streaky right there, so it's kind of like melted butter. So I'm gonna come in now to the painting here. See the difference? So this is important. I'll get to the painting here in a minute, but this is important before we start because we need to know how to get a little more control with the paint. Um, you know what I mean? So see how it's much more stays in place where we put it, right? With a drier, just a little bit drier of paper and a drier paint mix on the brush, a drier brush. So we'll use both of these techniques as we work on the leopard. Um, I'm just still using a very dry mix on the palette, kind of like that melted butter, and you can see how it's just going down and sticking, not really moving too much, you know? Okay, yeah, so let's just leave that alone, and but that gives you, just the idea of how we can get softer, bigger washes versus, like, painting soft, more detailed soft shapes. And we'll use that as we layer on the leopard. But we can start off more wet into wet. I was curious, is anybody on here um new to watercolor? Is it let's see. Let's just go here. I've got my color study ready. I've got my drawing ready and the main thing right now that I'm going to think about is I'm gonna put water down and just try to avoid wetting certain areas. I think I'll not wet the face of the leopard right now. I'm not gonna wet I think I'm not gonna wet this area right behind the leopard, and maybe I might not wet this spot. Um, maybe I think I'll keep these two spots dry. I might change my mind, but, that's what I'm trying to think about is what do we want to keep, dry paper before we put the water down, you know what I mean? So, by keeping it dry, it'll protect it from, water and color going over it, you know? It'll keep it white, okay. See, I see some of y'all, Yvonne and, Janice are pretty new to watercolor. Glad y'all are, glad y'all are here. This is not the easiest painting. I think this is pretty, um, so if you're, yeah, painting along, trying to keep up to at the same time, if you're painting with me. I found people in our online classes, some people paint with me, and I think it's, fun, but it's also a little more challenging than, to try to keep up with when you're painting at the same time as the teacher, you know? So I'm gonna wet the log here. I like to use a lot of water, um, to start with. Good to see you, Magdalena. Um, glad you're painting along too. Okay, I'm just gonna drop a little bit of color in just so that, you can see where the paper's wet right now. That's gamboge. So my paper's, it's like puddled, really, really soupy wet. Um, can you see that reflection there? Yeah. The longer we actually take to wet the painting, um, the more wet it will actually, stay as we work. 'Cause the paper is, like, thirsty when you first start, and it takes a little while for the water to saturate into the paper. It takes it takes a few minutes. So as we're taking our time wetting this, the paper's getting, um, its thirst quenching. It's just going sighing a sigh of relief, like, really satisfied with its, getting its thirst quenched. Once that happens, it'll stay wet a long time and it won't dry as fast on us. So I'm just gonna kinda take my time wetting this here. That's part of why I'm painting flat. So I left the till, dry right at the top on the light side, right there. I'm gonna try to go somewhat, somewhat, spontaneous with this and a little bit loose on the looser side. Sometimes I actually like the spontaneous watercolors better. it's really fun to look at when people paint real spontaneous, sometimes it just captures that fresh, wet look of watercolor, like, better than watercolors that don't have the spontaneity in it and the loose washes and impressionism. I think seems like my favorite artists all have, an element of that spontaneous work in their paintings, even though part of them may be, a little more realistic in places, you know? So I'm gonna look at my color study as I'm working on this, and I'm seeing that I have a lot of purple in the log in the tree underneath the leopard. Sometimes you have to kind of move your paper back into position. It was all my water was running to the edge back there because my paper was warped, you know? Let's see, I think I'm actually gonna wet this back here. If you're not sure, you know, you could just keep it dry because it's better to keep a light and then not lose it and wish you had kept it, you know? I mean, to lose it and wish you had kept it. I don't think I said that right, but I think, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. So let's look at the reflection. I'm always looking at the reflection. That's important. Having a lamp like situated at your easel or your table so that you can see the reflection very easy. It's really important for me because it really tells you how wet the paper is, and that tells you like what kind of what kind of techniques and what kind of work you can be doing at at the time. At, some things are better to do while it's very wet, and some things are better to do while it's a little bit drier, you know? So I'm gonna make sure make sure it's all wet enough. I'm just adding a little extra water. I think I'll switch brush sizes. So this is I believe about a 8. So this is just a, you know, pretty much a underpainting, kind of just a loose beginning to set the stage, set the mood, you know. We don't need any details really in this layer. Okay, let's see. So, um, little more vibrant gambos right here, right up against the leopard. I did leave the leopard dry, right here. I'm just looking at my drawing and my color study, really more than anything right now. I'm not really looking at my photographs yet. Okay, by keeping that white paper right there behind his head, it's gonna give more contrast up against the head to help lead the viewer's eye up there. And watercolor always dries a little bit lighter. Actually, it can dry like 30% lighter, than what it looks like while you're painting. So, for that reason, I'm trying to put it down a little more, stronger than what feels comfortable sometimes, as it always dries lighter. Yeah, in their color studies, I've got a little bit more green, little bit of green up here. That's some sap green mixed with hookers. If you want to do just one part of the painting, sometimes that's better than to try to tackle too much at once. I always just take on whatever feels like manageable. If it's like if you're working tighter and more detailed, you might want to do a smaller area. And then also if you're not comfortable with this way of painting, maybe just take on like the size that you're comfortable with. So I put the green right between the orange, and I'm just gonna blend them together a little bit, juxtaposing the two colors, but not blending them all the way. I tried to keep them from being blended all the way. So here's some amethyst genuine. I don't want to really get carried away with putting too much in right now. That's not important. Like this tree back here, it really isn't super important in the painting. So I really don't want to go too dark or anything or too vibrant with it. I'm just gonna juxtapose those two colors, the green and the purple, and blend them with the tip of the brush there. Yeah, and then leave that alone. So I kept that more gray on purpose, so that the viewers I won't be attracted to that area too strong, hopefully. Here's a little bit of blue ultramarine and Antwerp right into here. So let's come on down. I don't want to fiddle with that too much. Although we could drop a little bit of orange in real quick before we leave there. So what I'm trying to put it in like this with the dry into damp technique. Um, I'm trying to put it in a little bit drier. Um, Here's a better example of that dry into damp versus. So I'm trying to put this orange in a little bit drier so that it doesn't spread across the background here. So I went for the drier paint mix on the palette. If you accidentally put too much color down somewhere, just clean your brush off and dry it, and then come in here and lift that. Um, yes, this is a small painting, Yvonne. This is about 8 by 10 inches, what I'm working on right here. the reason why I'm painting so small is, to try to be able to finish something within 3 hours, and, yeah, mainly just that, just trying to finish something within a few hours. It's pretty loose right here, but it's okay, I'm gonna just leave it, don't worry about it. It's just an underpainting. I'm gonna try to even this there's a puddle right here, I'm gonna try to disperse that water out some. Another puddle right here. Okay, now just connect this water. So my can you see the reflection? It's still pretty wet, really workable. It's got like a nice glassy wetness still. And that's because it took so long to wet it. It stayed wet a long time. It saturated the paper. Okay, just wetting inside on the leopard right there. So we can come in with our gamboge with a little bit of orange, and I believe it has some of my burnt sienna neutral mix in it. Um, it's this right, right here is what I'm using. It's a little bit of gamboge, little orange, and a little bit of this burnt sienna with some violet. So just a nice warm, earthy orange. That's gonna bring out the contrast right at that leg, his leg right there. Um, so my wetness of my brush really needs to match the wetness of the paper. If my brush's wetness is too wet compared to the paper, it's gonna create backwashes, um, or blossoms, and cauliflower. Um, Whoops. So that you can see I'm working more dry into damp right here, and so the paint's more staying in place right where I'm putting it. Okay, I'm not gonna worry if I don't get down to the bottom of the page. It's not really important. It's better to um, do what you need to do in a certain area and just come back later. Don't try to tackle too much at once. So I'm just gonna. This is getting dry up here. I don't want it to dry with hard edges. So like right in here, there's a hard edge. You can see how dry it is right there. So I'm gonna try to come in and take a tiny bit of water, clean water, and just come right up to this edge of paint there. Yeah. And, in case y'all didn't notice, there is a photo downloadable, on this page you're watching the video or where you access the video from. There are a few tabs of, with a photo and a drawing, and some other things if you need them. Okay. I didn't get in, like, what I really wanna get in, but that's fine. This is good. That's enough. We can come back later with more. It's just the beginning. So I think I'm gonna take I've switched to a smaller brush now. I believe it's about a number 3, and just come in with a little more vibrant orange right here. And my paper, it's like satin, so I can't use much water in my brush as I put this down. But you can see it's working like this dry into damp technique because I'm using kind of a drier consistency of paint from the palette. It's like butter, melted butter. Yeah. So I'm not adding any water to the paper as I put that orange down, which is important. If I accidentally add water to the paper, it's gonna backwash and cause a disaster. The locks in the Panama Canal or the Suez Canal, where the ships go through and they raise the water levels. It's kind of like that, with watercolor. If you paint and you connect two bodies of water together, if one has a higher level of water in it, it's gonna push out into the lower level of water and cause a disaster. Okay, let's leave this alone. It's getting really at that point that it gets touchy. Um, so I'm gonna just come in with my little round brush here. This is a synthetic brush, just a synthetic nylon, and it's got a nice fairly stiffness. I mean, it's fairly stiff. So I can come in and kind of with a clean brush and just rub the edge to soften it a little bit when when it's gotten dry enough. So I'm looking at that reflection to make sure it's the right dryness, and that looks good. That looks like a good reflection right there to come in and soften that line, and that line right there. That reflection looks good. Just if it's too wet, it'll the paint will move and spread in and cover the highlight. Okay. Well, usually in our Zoom meetings that we do, um, I try to aim for 3 hours like I'm doing today, but we end up usually going over like 4 hours, and we've done a few 5 hours Zoom meetings, and of course, everybody's free to go and come as you can, but, um, the goal is to try to get this finished, and we can, and to teach along the way. There we go. So I better just leave that alone. I think I need to stop and let it dry. Um, you know, it's just damp right now. It's not a really good workable wetness. It's like right at that in between stage where if I try to paint with it, it'll make backwashes. Mm, Um, I'll show you this real quick. This here is a backwash, and you can see how the paint coming in from the right side on that photo is more. It has more water than the paint did. Both areas were wet, but when the right side had more water, so it pushed all that color away. And then this one on the right, the brush had too much water and it pushed the color away. So you can see down here at the bottom, it's the opposite. The paint had more water, and when I connected the water to the paint spread out. Yeah. Hopefully that's helpful. So I'd like to show you all just a few examples while this is drying, and we can come back and start painting again in just a bit. But I just want to show you some of these examples because just to show you how we can lose and find areas like I did on my little sketch of the leopard. Um, if you look at this tiger, you can see how, like on the photograph where I painted this from, um, all the stripes were like as strong of black as the stripes on the face are. Um, they were really strong contrast and just too much. So it didn't really capture the message that I wanted unless I was trying to just make someone cross-eyed or make someone look at the stripes. But yeah, you can see how on the stripes here as it goes to the back, like on the leg, the stripes are there, but they're not as dark. Um, and then how they just fade out. And that way it creates a more soft mood and atmosphere, and it allows the viewer to look more where I want them to look, and more at the face and the S curves that kind of meander throughout the painting. Um, just giving it a more graceful, beautiful feel. Um, the stripes would have totally lasted if I had put all the stripes in, but as you can see in an early painting of mine, this is when I was a lot younger, like 18 years ago or something. Um, you know, there is no quiet areas. There's no lost edges. There's no um softness in places, soft edges. and it just doesn't really tell the viewer where to look, and, it doesn't really communicate a message as well. So, I guess it would communicate a message if they were supposed to be, like, disguised, maybe, or I don't know, but, that wasn't intentional. And then this, was a really early painting I did. Same thing, it's, just doesn't tell it doesn't really lead the eye around very well. But then if you look at, here you can see the contrast is at the bear's head, and it fades out as it goes to the back of the body, and then, the waterfall has the most contrast with the white paper and makes the viewer look there with the color, so it leads the eye around more effectively, and that's where the message is at, is in that light and the waterfall with the color, like, bringing, life and hope into the barren, gray, rocky place. Yeah, so we can just kind of try to, um feel free to do that in this painting as we're working, you know? Um, just highlight certain areas as important, and that's what I've done here. So let's continue. Let's go back to the face. My, paper's still kind of wet, you know? So I'm just gonna go to the face because, um, it's dry right there. Um, let's see. Gonna start with the let's start with the eyes. I'm just gonna go with my finest brush I have. And, you know, that's gamboge with a little orange and burnt sienna and, gamboge and violet. Okay, just too colorful, but what we can do is come in now with some Antwerp blue. Just a little bit of Antwerp, and I'm just gonna mix it right into the eye right on the paper. So you can see it's wet. I put it in pretty wet right there. And as I'm gonna put a little more Antwerp in, but I'm gonna do it that real dry mixture on the palette, very dry, like that melted butter, or almost even like honey. So I'm gonna try to get it up under the eyelid to create a sense of a shadow right up under the eyelid. So the Antwerp, once it mixes with that yellow eye, it's gonna create just a slight bit of a greenish tone and a little orange there. We can come in. I'm just gonna come in and soften part of this eye. Just a dry brush. So I'm looking at my drawing, and I think I want the bottom of the eye to be a little softer here. Okay, and that's alright. It looks really dark, but we haven't gotten the dark sun yet, so once we get the dark sun, it'll look more correct, you know? Okay, so, let's go to the nose. I'm just you know, these aren't well, the eyes are pretty important, but it's not really what sets the mood in the painting, so it's not really super important to do this right now, but, I'm only working on this because I'm still waiting for my paper to dry. That's some amethyst genuine with a little bit of, quinacridone rose. So I put it in pretty wet, if you can see that right there. It's like, kind of beat it up, you know? Okay, so, let's I'm gonna try to do the same thing as I did with the eyes. So, like, when that gets a little bit drier, I'm gonna go with a darker, cooler color. Um, Probably this, let's see, this ultramarine blue, and I'm gonna grab a pretty dry mix of it, like a, kind of like that honey consistency or so, just to try to come up right up onto the darkest parts. So if it's as long as the paint mix is dry enough, it shouldn't cover the whole nose. I just want it to go in and stick right onto that shadow area. It's ultramarine blue. Okay, that way you've got some variation of color in there, and some sense of shadows and lights and shadows. Let's leave that alone and not pick at it too much. Sometimes it's best just to leave it because, especially when it gets a little dry, if to keep working on it can lose the freshness of watercolor if you try to work on it while it's a little bit too dry of paper, you know? Okay, I'm just coming around, trying to soften a few edges of the nose just to bring out the contrast of the little V at the bottom of the nose, that little point with the white fur, and to bring out the contrast of the middle of the nose where it sticks up right here. So by softening the other edges, it'll make those two parts, kind of come forward a little bit more. Mm. If you think about a cartoon, it's like hard edges on every side on a cartoon. So like it kind of flattens it out. So that's how softening a few edges will help give it a little more dimension, you know? So yeah. You know, my paper's still pretty wet. I think it's just because I use so much water. That's okay. That first layer is gonna be the wettest. We'll not use quite so much water as we go darker. let's, real quick, well, we've got a few minutes, I'll just do this here because this will help. This is a good example that we can refer to while we're painting. I'm just gonna show you like how each wash, as we paint, each wash has, we can, well, let's see, it's about 10 minutes of working time until it dries. So this will be, I'm gonna try to simulate what a wash does as it's drying. So this is when we first start and it's got 10 minutes until it dries. And then here it's got about 8 minutes and then 6 minutes until it's dry and then 5 minutes, 4, 3, 1. Okay. And then this is like most dry up here. So this will make more sense once I get some color on here and get a little farther along. So I'm gonna put my clean water down right here. I'm just trying to make it get incrementally drier and drier as it goes this way up to the top here. Um, so this will be a very glassy wetness. I mean, like puddled. This will be the most wet right here, puddled up. So that's the clock right there, because this represents like a little window of time, like 10 minutes, and what happens to a wash at each of these intervals. Yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna test and see if it's getting dry gradually or not. This will make sense in a minute. Um, I think that's pretty good. And then we can, so you know how I lost the edges? I came in at the last minute on the leopard and softened some edges with my brush. That's what I'm gonna do right here. And so I'm gonna take some water from this side. Just remember, match the wetness of this water to the color. Make sure it's the same amount of wetness. Cause like remember how that backwash can happen if it's not matching. So I'm leaning over right now to look at the reflection in my lamp with my lamp. Okay, so let's connect them. Okay, so you can see there how, the wetter it is, it'll spread further. Um, so that means that if we want to do like what we just started, it's good to have it like the 6 minute or 8 minute wetness. Um, but once we get more into the details, we'll want to work more into this later half of the wetnesses. And ideally, it should turn out like this, more of a diagonal line. But you can see these three were too much alike, or something's going on. But yeah, but just to get the point across, hopefully that will help you out. And you can see the last one moved the least. So it's kind of similar to this right here. The less water in the brush, the less it spreads like this. And then the less water in the paper, the less it's gonna move like that. So that's really important because I think that's the key to watercolor technique, is just knowing the timing and being able to um, get the right timing of everything, with the wetnesses of the wash. To be able to kind of have some control over uh, what you're doing, with the watercolor. Okay, so that's pretty dry. I think I'm gonna come in now and we could come back up to the face. It does need some more work. So I've just got a little bit of gamboge again with some hint of burnt sienna. Make sure that background is dry. I'm gonna try to avoid these little highlights above the eyes where there's a little bit of white fur, at least for now. We can we can go darker on them later if we decide to. Since we don't have any white paint with watercolor, it's kind of better to leave it white paper if you're not sure, and then decide later on once you get a little more of your values established. So I put that on directly on the dry paper, but I need to make sure there's plenty of water so you can see it's pretty wet. Um, and that way it won't dry too fast on me. Wetting the paper first, like we did the first wash, it gives us more working time because it allows the paper to get more soaked and saturated. But I didn't really feel like we need that right here. It's just such a small area, you know. We don't need quite as much time to work with it. Okay, that's just pure water, and then we can come right in with our little brush and come in with our oranges. And this is very small, so I've got to use my painting's very small, so I've got to use a pretty small brush with a very dry paint mix on it. So it's like, right now, the wetness of the face is like this wetness right here, the last minute. So I can come in and, get pretty soft details using, a pretty dry paint mix. It's just a little bit of the orange. Um, let's come in with some of the purple amethyst genuine here. I'm just trying to glance at my color study pretty often, and my sketch, my drawing, and I'm looking at the photos. So I've got all three of them right here and trying to kind of take information from all of them. I don't want to get caught like looking at the photo too much and copying it. And then I might miss my all the creative decisions I made in the sketch and the color study. I might forget those. So it's a very dry mix on the palette. That's real important. It's just such a subtle difference. Like um this right here is just a little too wet right there. So I'm gonna have to like go with dry my brush out a little and come over here into a drier spot. It depends, on what we're painting, but for what I'm doing right here, that first part was just a little too wet. The drier your wash gets on your painting, the more sensitive it is to needing to match the wetness with the brush. Okay, so I better leave that alone and then just come back and take a dry brush here and just come in and rub these edges right here to soften a little bit. Actually, this brush doesn't rub quite well enough. Gonna switch to this one. Excuse me. It's at that last minute where it's actually almost too dry. Almost kind of missed the window of where you can soften it, but it's lifting. It's just taking a little bit of scrub. If I caught it earlier, it would have softened out without having to scrub it. It's just that I don't want to soften it too soon, because even if it's like a little too soon, it's gonna move too much like this. This is more what I'm after right here. Okay, let's leave that. It's too dry, and I think I got it soft enough, rubbed enough, except maybe right. Okay, so let's come back to the background a little, or the tree, and just continue with that, because a lot of our message in the mood is in the colors in that, and also the tree. I want to capture kind of the loftiness of how just high up he is in the air, you know, which is gonna come from these vertical lines in the tree. Um, let's see. Look at my color study, and I think I'll start with just a light wash of this amethyst genuine right here. That purple is gonna make the yellow really glow. The complementary colors, when you use them together, the opposites on the color wheel. Um, especially if we make some like neutrals out of them in the painting, it's gonna make the pure color really sing. So by having some pure yellow and pure purple in places, if we make some neutrals and semi-neutrals out of those two colors, it's gonna make the pure little pieces of pure color sing, and really beautiful. And yeah, because you could make a gray from any set of complements, but if we use the set of complements that of colors that aren't really important in this painting, it's not really gonna do much for the painting, you know. But if we use the gray with the colors that are important, it'll really add a lot to it, make it more beautiful color. So I'm just starting off very light. I'm just kind of spreading it out where I want it to be, and kind of just getting a feel for it as I'm going, wetting the paper, and then once it's all down, then we can start to add darker tones. Looking at my study, and I've got a nice highlight right there on the tree. So I'm gonna keep that spot dry to keep that highlight. We can come right up to the edge right here, and then paint around this little highlight in that little vine branch looking thing. So this is wet into wet. This is that soupy wet mixture of the this 10-minute wetness here. If you'd like to gray your purple down a little bit, you could add the green to it, Hooker's green. I like to pick my paper up and just kind of redistribute it sometimes because the paper gets warpled, and like warped and uh dries out in places and puddles up in others, and this way it just can keep the wetness more consistent and even. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it down right here, connect. So this is what I did here. I'm gonna connect one body of water to another, make sure it's matching the wetness, and then connect it to lose that edge right there. And then we could do that right here. And same thing right there on the other side right here. So let's come in now. I think that's a good start, and then we can now come in while it's wet and drop in some variations in darker tones. I really like in the color study just the little bits of mingled color, the orange and the purple and the green, real subtle. And if you look at I really like this technique right here of juxtaposing colors. Uh yeah, you can see this. So this here is juxtaposing colors. You can see on the left side it's a little too noticeable, but that's where juxtaposing is where you put one color next to the other, trying to get the values sort of similar, so um they're about the same value. But I like to blend it a little bit like the middle one. If you look at the right side, it's just over blended and kind of muddy and flat looking. Um, yeah, but you can see that in um, that's a good technique for skin tones and portraits. So if you zoom in and look at the portrait skin tones, you can see it very, very delicate and subtle, like the green and the purple. I mean, and the yeah, green and purple and um, quinacridone rose juxtaposed together there, and um, you can see that they're like little bits of pink and green juxtaposed together. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit of juxtaposing here while this is wet, and right into the purple. So let's put a little bit of orange down in here. Transparent pyrrole orange. Trying to keep it kind of a medium value here. So I don't want to make it too solid. I'm trying to break it up, and then we can put some purple or greens like right in between it, juxtaposing the colors. Juxtaposing, I didn't know what it meant, but so when I looked it up, if it just simply means like putting one thing up against another, which so that makes sense because we're trying to put up one color right up against the other. Okay, so there's our orange, and then we can come in with our purple amethyst, trying to keep it a similar value as the orange. If I don't get the values matching fairly close, it's gonna end up being a bit polka dotted looking. So right in the spots that I left open, I'm putting the purple right in between the orange where I left spaces. Now in the portrait, the juxtaposing is much more delicate than this, but yeah. And then we can come in with our hooker's green, a little bit of green, just next to the purple on this side, next to the orange there. Not too much. I want the trunk of the tree to read more of like a purple gray, warm purple gray, but having a little bit of green in it is gonna pick up the greens in the rest of the painting and harmonize nicely by having just a subtle hint of the green in the tree here. Okay, so before it dries, it's a little psychedelic looking. We might want to come in and blend it just a little. But this is where we need to not overblend. So I'm just gonna try to skim the brush over the surface. If you need to use a smaller brush and it won't blend so aggressively. Oh, thanks for your kind words, and that's encouraging. I don't know why I've taught done so many demos and taught so many classes, but it's like it seems like no matter what, I still get nervous about it for some reason. And let's see. Um, okay, I'm just gonna pull these together just a little bit here. It's too much clean color, so I'm just gonna make it more subtle, you know. Leave that highlight there. I might leave a more clean color right up against that um contrast of the light. I kind of like that idea. I like that spot, and it's a good place to lead the viewer's eye. I think what it is because it connects to this vertical line of the tree right here, and then it connects to this his thigh, his leg here. So it creates this nice vertical. So that's why that line right there has so much contrast and is a good place to find a very strong line. 'Cause that sense of the vertical height is gonna make him look like up high in the tree. Okay, let's see. We could leave a little more vibrant purple in here. I'm gonna go with my cobalt blue violet. That's a bit more vibrant and stick that down. Let's see, where do we want that? Because the vibrant color is gonna make the viewer look there. So I might just put it right here where I have more contrast on the drawing. Okay, and then, it's got, like, a satin reflection, can you see that? Right there. That means that we're at about this 3-minute stage. Um, Actually, if you look here, it's satin. Um, so at the 3-minute stage, it looks like satin, kind of. So, I'm just gonna that means I need to probably start thinking about softening the edges of that tree soon. But we could, while it's wet, I could do a little bit of this, trying to damp work here. Come in with my ultramarine violet and, burnt sienna mixture and try to get a fairly, thick paint mixture here. Um, like the melted butter. It's just pretty gray, warm gray. So it's gonna come out like, kind of detailed or sharper, more distinctive, and not too soft. I'm looking at my drawing and see I've got some contrast in this little branch here. We can also do it later. We've got layers we can use. We can do more work like this later. And here's some more, same mixture, but more burnt sienna in it this time. I wish y'all could share your paintings on this. We usually use Zoom, and so everybody can like share their paintings and can ask questions and comment and stuff. But you're welcome to email me, but it'd be fun to see your paintings for everyone to get to see. Or you can post it in the Facebook group. Uh, I was curious how y'all like this format of the class versus Zoom, if y'all have done the Zoom, because this one, this like we can't interact as much, but the video quality's higher. So now I'm gonna come in and just soften a few edges. Um, 'Cause it's satin. It's like satin. It's getting to the point that it's almost too late to soften edges. Um, if I, as long as I get to it real quick here, while it still looks like satin, um, I'm gonna be able to get a softened edge. So I want it to do this here. I don't want it to soften like this one, but this one right now. And sometimes it does soften too much. That's okay though. All you have to do is to just dry your brush off and lift lift the lift it where it spread too far. So just remember, match the wetness. I'm putting the water next to the color, if you can see that little bit of reflection. And before I connected them, I'm making sure that it's matching the reflection. Because if I have too much water here, as I connect it, it's gonna backwash. See, I almost had too much water. See, that's more water than what the paint has. It's not enough. I don't think it's gonna backwash, but like if I had this right there, that will probably backwash. So I need to hurry and get that off of there. But yeah, there we go. Get a nice soft edge there. If it spread too far on you, just take a dry your brush off and clean it off and come back, and 'cause it actually spread a little farther here than what I meant for it to. But just take your clean dry brush and just come in and lift it and put it into your paper towel or your sponge. This one I waited longer. I waited last for this edge because this is the most contrasty edge, which it's okay if it's a little less softened. So the softer edges, it's better to soften them first, whichever's softest. Because the sooner you do it, the more it'll move and soften. The last ones are the ones that won't move as much for you. But it's okay because like this edge is a contrasty edge, so it's alright to leave some sharpness here. So so what I left more contrast here to lead the viewer up here. So it kind of alternates. We could stop and look at that for a little bit, like lost and found edges. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, a couple of y'all asked some questions, really good questions, and some of them are have a lot to them. But yeah, Sonia, you asked about how to know which parts to simplify of the painting. Um, do I have some suggestions of how not to try to capture every piece of detail and value change? Um, yeah, that kind of goes back to where I want the viewer to look and kind of goes back to the sketch. Um, it's a good question. So if you look at the tree, this line was the most important or more important than you can see it has the most contrast of any line on the tree, except maybe there. Um, but that I believe is because I like this vertical line. And so what it is I wanted it to look tall and high. And that's like also repeated with the tail. And so it's just kind of trying to identify what do you want to communicate to the viewer. And that's why how I ended up choosing that line is because it gave the sense of the tall height, you know what I mean? So like it almost works best if you can identify certain words for your painting, like what's the message? Like it's high and lofty, tall, perched up and it's like sanctuary of protected place, it's domain. So that vertical line would capture that and the strength of the vertical line. Um so trying to get the words for your messages takes some thought and um I like to write out things, just write down lots of just paragraphs even and don't worry about if it's good or not, but then just pick out things from it that resonate with you. Um, and then, like, in the shadows, like, also, Nicolene, asked me about a similar question, like, why did I soften these areas in the shadows versus, these areas in the lights where it's, real contrasty and the detail got the detail. Um, and I believe that's a good question, honestly, and have my students help teach me because I have to, like, describe I have to put it into words, which makes me process it and really try to think, "Why did I do that?" Um, but for one thing, the reason I can see I did it is because, I wanted the viewer to look at the face. Um, so if I put the spots too close to the face, it would have distracted from that. And then if I also liked the sense of him resting. So by putting the contrast at that edge right there, um, it makes the viewer look at that edge and gives a sense of his weight resting on the tree, which kind of gives a sense of resting. Um, I think if I had made this line contrasty, it would have given a more sense of action. It's a more that's a diagonal. Um, that's a diagonal too, but it feels like rest to me because shows him laying down. I think you know what I mean. Um, and then I lost this edge right there. I believe because I liked how this straight line from the tree leads the eye up straight to here at that vertical line. And I love the beauty of this line right around the leg, and that it's just really something about that shape is really beautiful to me. And I think gives the sense of the power and the strength of the leopard. Um, and so oftentimes, like, losing this isn't because I don't like that area, but it's more because I like this area, and I don't want this area to distract from this one, if you know what I mean. Um, and, like, it needs areas of rest and quiet, like, if everything is in the painting is too noisy and, contrast and color and texture and too loud and busy, um, it just doesn't allow the viewer's eye to rest and, or move around the page very well. Yeah, by having those found areas and lost areas, it allows the viewer's eye to move around the page better. Um, if you look at this here, you can see how, this one is outlined right there. That one's outlined, and that ball right there is outlined. There's no last edges, it's all found edges. If you look at this one, there's got there are some, last edges, like right here, and right there, and right there, and then there's found edges there, there, and there, and then there. So it's creating a, alternating pattern. Some people call it checkerboarding, but, like, it doesn't need to be as obvious as a checkerboard, but, it's just a nice tool to use to create movement and lead the viewer's eye because if something's outlined all the way around, it doesn't really lead the viewer's eye as effectively. Um, it's kind of confusing of where am I supposed to look here? I think I look right there because of the contrast, but it just is better when you can lead the eye. You know what I mean? Hopefully that makes sense. We had a whole class about that, like 4 hours recently, and, um, just trying to teach that, and, um, there's a lot of it's simple, but there's also a lot of, nuances to it, like why you would find certain edges, you know? So but I think it goes down to the message, what the painting's about, what lines and shapes communicate your message most effectively to the viewer. Oh, thanks, Amy, for your feedback about the which format you prefer. Yeah, that makes sense if you don't aren't able to watch it live. Oh, good. Thanks, Toby, and thanks, Richard. Okay, let's see. Here we. So this is getting dry, and we can. It's still not completely dry, but let's leave this alone, and let's come back up to the shadows, or actually, maybe let's work on the more important parts. Actually, that's a good way to do it. Is work on the most important parts first, um, and establish those, because then we can keep everything like paint everything else in relation to what's most important. So, yeah, sometimes I like to look at my sketch more than the photograph, you know? You know what I'm thinking about doing for our online class is starting to do these live streams like once a week, um, and the Zooms, but these ones will be longer demos, like 8-week course or 5-week courses with a more um, in-depth painting, but just do it live once a week, like a class, like a weekly class. Um, would that be good? I think it would because I'm gonna record some anyways, and it makes it a lot more fun when you've got actually people there with you. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this little highlight dry on the tree right here, and then leave, well, I'll leave the, actually we don't really need to leave the tail dry, but I think I'll leave this highlight dry on the tree, this little piece right here, so we can put this shadow, that nice distinct shadow in. So I think I can wet the tail, because it isn't really nearly white paper, you know. I want it to be brightest right here, um, not up here. But Okay, there we go. So you can see how wet it is here, and let's see. There we go. Kind of glassy. Um, I think I'll wet the tail here, but just be careful that I don't let too much color come down there to that area, you know. So I want to keep it light there. Um, let's go ahead and start. I'm gonna start in the shadow, I think, because the reason why is right now it's like maybe 6 minute wetness. It's glassy. If you look at that reflection right there, it's pretty glassy. So that means that when I put paint down, it's gonna spread a lot and it's not gonna come out distinct. It'll be more a little bit more like that. So I'm gonna um I think start in the shadow because that's the safest area for paint to just spread. I don't want it to spread and cover all my highlight area. I want to keep some of that even though I wet it. But I want to work a little bit drier in there in the light side so that we can keep some of it, keep some of those highlights, you know. Let's see here. My water's puddling up and turn the paper to let it redistribute. Okay, that's my amethyst genuine. We can get that edge, that nice little S curving edge there. It's got this nice S curve to it. Um, Capture that. You know, I made that very vibrant and colorful in that shadow and in here, but I don't want to do that right here, even though I have a nice contrasty edge right there in that shadow. But I don't think I want to make it so vibrant because it's gonna try to pull the eye away too much, and I like the line of it taking the eye up here. Being side by side, this one, it would distract too much. So I'm gonna keep this one a little more toned down, a little cooler, I think, you know? Warm color makes the viewer look there more and brings things forward. Um, and vibrant color does too. Cooler color tends to kind of recede and look a little farther back and not get quite as much attention. I'm just letting my paint spread. Um, lifting my paper to let it spread. It's kind of fun. So here's the shadow of the tree. I'm just gonna wet this shadow of the tree right here on the tree so that we can connect it, match the wetness, and then connect there to lose the edge there. Okay, and don't wanna forget to look at my color study right here. I don't have to copy that, but it's a good reference. Um, Little bit of gamboge as it turns into the light side of the leopard. So I put it down really strong, but then it was too much, so I cleaned my brush off and went back and redistributed it. Distributed it. So this is a quiet shadow. I don't want it to come forward and get attention. I want it to be quiet, and that way this stands out more. So I'm gonna keep it sort of cooler in color, and then maybe more neutral, a little more neutral than it's still purple, but it's kind of a semi-neutral. Yeah. Okay, and then let's come in. Um, I think it's becoming dry enough that I could come to the other side. It's a little bit of Quinn Rose with some amethyst genuine right here. I appreciate y'all joining me for this. Feel like I know who the really passionate art painters are, are uh, because not everybody give up their so long on their Saturday to come paint. Um, yeah, your paper seems to dry much quicker than mine, Sarah. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if that's because I'm starting with more water or not. It does, if you, definitely, I try to start with the most that I can without it being a problem or compromising what I want to do. Um, I think, I don't know if which paper you have, but the 140 pound tends to dry a bit faster. Yeah, one thing I've noticed too, Sarah, is like I've noticed that I try to match my brush's wetness to the paper's wetness when I'm going down to the paper with the brush. Um, like sometimes if the brush is too wet, of course it could backwash, but if it's too dry, if the brush is too dry compared to the paper, it'll lift water off the paper and it'll only make it dry a little faster. So I don't really know if that might be a factor, but okay. So I just juxtaposed um the Quinn Rose with yellow right here. Okay, it's 300 gram you're using, Sarah. Actually, is it 300 grams? What that gets so 300 pound. That's so confusing. Uh, so 300 grams is 140, and then 300 pound is 640 grams, 640 grams. So yeah, That's confusing. Little burnt sienna. So now I'm working kind of dry. It's like satin right now. Um, you can see. And I just grabbed a little burnt sienna with mixed with um ultramarine violet. So now it's like that stage check and we can almost draw with the paint like this. We can come in and do this detail. Um um yeah, the 140 pounder 300 gram is still great paper. It it just dries faster a little bit. It kind of warples a lot more. So but sometimes I do use it too, you know. And it's nice if you stretch it um so it won't warp so much on the real wet washes. Okay, there we go. So it's getting really dry. I need to just leave it alone, you know. Um, but I've got this hard edge. Look at how it dried with this hard edge back here. I'm just gonna. That wasn't good timing. It dried too much on me, but I'm just gonna come in and try to scrub that. There we go. With a synthetic brush, synthetic nylon. I tend to find the 140 pound nice for like doing real direct, more loose and impressionistic paintings, like painting outside. I think because the urgency of it, it kind of tends feels like it goes um with that and painting real much faster and looser, you know. Yeah. So let's leave that alone. That needs to dry. We could come somewhere else, but let's let that dry. You know. So let's maybe come over to this area. Um, the highlight area on this side of the leopard. Well, I think we're approaching 3 hours now, aren't we? That's okay. I'm just gonna keep on going for a little while, and y'all can hopefully you can stay. Hopefully you don't have to leave, but that's okay if you do. Um, but I just would like to get this just a little more finished, you know, and we can. The recording will be here. You can access it through that link, the same link, you know. But yeah, I'm just gonna wet over this highlight and but make sure your water's very clean because I want that to be a very white, bright highlight. And I might leave it lighter than what the photo is, but it is white fur. It's white hair out there, so it's not yellow. Um, let's see, this is still damp right here. Um, so I don't want to connect what I'm painting here with that, or it could connect in backwash. Thanks, Marion, for being here. Yeah, you have a blessed day. Let's see. Okay, so I just wet the whole shoulder area. I'm trying not to connect it, so I left a little space right here between what I had just painted. I'm gonna focus more on this side right here. The left side right here. So let's come in here. Um, I think I need to increase the orange a little bit, the intensity. This is an area that I want the viewer to look at, mostly on this one edge right here. That's the strongest contrast right there. Is that those little pieces? So that's the most important to me on this area. But I'm gonna think get that more with the contrast than the color. We could put a bit of color. I don't want to lose the white though, because that'll lose the contrast. Sounds like I don't know if y'all can hear the sounds like a hungry baby in the background. Okay, so I'm painting kind of that dry and the damp technique with the kind of like melted butter consistency. And I think I might take my purple, come in a little bit right here. Amethyst genuine again to get the contrast of color. So there's just a hint of purple in that white area. That's gonna contrast with the yellow and the orange. A very dry mixture from the palette, so it just comes out very very doesn't spread too much, you know. Okay, it's already too dry. I need to leave it alone. Um, I did it drier on this than because I knew like I wanted to do this dry work here, dry into damp paper. So it didn't leave long for me to work, you know. Um, let's see. So let's let that dry. You know, we just have a couple more layers. I think we can come in and get one more layer of darks in here, more detail, and one more layer of darks in here and in the face. And then I think maybe one more layer in parts of the tree, but actually like kind of leaving part of it unfinished, like that tiger that I showed you where the stripes faded out, you know what I mean? So let's do a little bit of purple amethyst genuine, right? With grayed down with its complement, the hooker screen. I'm gonna take my frayed brush here. It's an old brush, and then just take a kind of a drier color and come across here. Try this out at the back of the ferrule so we can get a little bit of texture. Well, that's hard to do, like, well, if it's kind of, dries really fast, so to do it and then to try to get in there fast enough to soften the edge, it's a little bit fast, you know? It dries really fast. But that way we've got a little bit of a broken edge with some softening and the texture. We can come back and work on that a little more later. Okay, I don't want it too distinct, too long, so um, that's why I'm trying to lose this piece right here a little bit, lighten it so that it gets lost into the background. Yeah, I see a couple of some people have asked questions, emailing me because so I'm gonna look at those. I might have to wait till the end and then go look and answer some of those. But thanks for your questions. Um yeah, let's okay, so let's come in here and just get a little bit of the detail. It's got some ultramarine blue, a little bit of ultramarine violet, and burnt sienna. Yeah, just don't drink coffee before you do this. It's a little bit, I'm resting my hand on the paper to kind of stabilize my hand, you know? That helps. And then come in and we can I clean my brush off, but I'm just gonna pull a little bit out from that spot to increase the contrast there against that edge of the tree. Um, and let's continue. So I started there because that's my highest area of contrast. But it goes from finished to, or too strong of contrast to not enough too quickly. So I'm gonna need to fill more in and let it fade more gradually, getting less and less contrast. So it's my color's a little bit on the purple side. What I'm using right here, it's you can see here, it's this color up here, kind of a gray purple. So, yeah, when we put those detailed spots in, we can kind of put them in the direction of the hair. You can see if you look close, like, little tufts of hair sticking out in some of the spots. Um, so we can just let some of that texture remain of the hair, the little triangular looking points, you know? So I put it in and I just am cleaning my brush off and just coming back. It's pretty dry already because I put it in pretty dry. So then I'm gonna come back and dry my brush off and just come in and rub that spot in just a few places, leaving parts of it more um higher contrast and more sharp. I'm just scrubbing more of the farther side of the spot right now. There we go. Little bit of a purple gray. That way it's gonna create more contrast of color, being slightly purple versus if it's just totally gray. Um, the purple gray is gonna give it a bit more pop and life and be more beautiful of color contrast. So dry my brush off and now I'm just gonna come right in and soften. So there's barely any reflection at all on these spots. It's that dry. It's very dry. And that way, if there is any reflection, it might be like satin. But that way, when I come in and soften, it doesn't really move much, you know? Well, I'm gonna come back to this. I really wanna really finish this well live here. So hopefully you can stay on. But I just want to take a moment and if y'all don't mind take if I take a moment and just show you really quick a little bit about my our online class community and just give you the opportunity to join. Yeah. So this is our community here. This is the homepage and you can see there's like 120 plus hours of tutorials, but we do about 8 hours of live classes every month, and so these are our live classes here, and that was our latest one, um, and it's been fun having the lives and but you can see, you know, if you wanna check it out and go on and look at what's on there, it's on this website where we're streaming from, so, yeah, you can press the arrow on this side and see more. A lot of these are pretty long paintings, but like 8 hours long. But there's different levels. Like these are more um for if you're not. These are better to start with if you haven't painted a lot of watercolor. They're not as difficult. And then these are a little more difficult, and then the advanced ones are more of the portraits mostly that, definitely are more difficult and sensitive, you know? And, so with the live Zooms, it's fun because I, like, put out a poll for the students, and they tell me what, they want to do every live, and so we do which one's the most, voted for, and so, we've been doing those since, last year, like, about a year and a half ago, um, yeah, so it's been fun. I'm surprised at how much, it feels like connection with people over the internet, you know? But, yeah, so I just wanted to show you that, and, like, since you're here live with me right now, thanks for thanks for, looking at that with me. If you're here live with me, if you want to join, or try it out, you can put that, I just put a little code there in the chat. You can put that in for a free month if you wanna try it out for free and for a month, and, yeah. And also, I wanted to give you a color wheel, um, for the people here. You can go down to the, tab on the where you joined this meeting, and there's along with the photo and the sketch, you can download a, color wheel, like what I'm using here, um, this one. That's my colors that I use. Um, yeah, um, so let's keep painting, but, I appreciate y'all being here, y'all everyone that has to go, and, thanks Anne Marie and Sarah, um, I'm glad you enjoyed it, thank you. Um, so yeah, let's keep on painting. Oh, yeah, the, um, that live that, code that I put out there if you want to do a free month, um, expires on, uh, like, on tomorrow, so, in 24 hours, so, yeah, just in case you wanna try it out, so don't wait, to use it because it's free, so, um, let's see here. Let's come back and get a little more of detail in the spots. Oh, you can't see the code. I'm sorry. Some of you can't see the chat, I guess, still, huh? I'm sorry. So that code is, capital letters, all caps, WC live, like watercolor live, just WCLIVE. Um, yeah, thanks for telling me that, Sharon. Let me know if you have any issues with it, just email me. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to the spots and go a little more contrast, um, with my purple with a little bit of burnt sienna. It's the ultramarine violet with burnt sienna, and just come right up here. So I'm kind of starting in the most important contrasty spots, and I'm gonna establish those a little bit, and then we can go and do the secondary, more faded out spots because it's these contrasty, darker ones that will tell us, it will tell us how dark we can go with the less important spots. Does that make sense? Yeah, another part of our online thing community I forgot to mention. We have a Facebook group for the students, which is neat because they put their paintings up, and after the Zoom sweep, they put their um paintings up, and it's fun to see all the paintings done. Just how everybody does, has their own unique style, um and giving like feedback and encouragement and stuff. There's a community on the website itself, but it just doesn't have as much interaction as the Facebook group does. I guess people are comfortable with Facebook, more intuitive. Yeah, yes, Cindy. This the code I gave you is for the a free month for the all of it, the tutorials and the live zooms. These colors are I'm using for the dark spots are the ultramarine violet and the burnt sienna mixed together. Okay, so it looks really strong. I need to just come in now and come in with the dry brush and soften a few edges here. You can see I'm softening it with it a little bit wetter because it's softening out more than it did before on these spots. Um, it was a little bit wetter when I came to soften it, but I want to keep the bottom edge contrast, high con, high contrast, and um, keep that sharp, most of it. Um, Janice, you asked if that code can be used for someone returning. So you were a member and then you're returning. Um, that's actually I'm not sure. You can try it, and if it doesn't work, let me know, and I'll give you one that does. Um, I don't think it works for a current member to switch, but if you're not signed up, it might. So just try it out and let me know. There we go. I better just leave that alone. Um, but yeah, it'll look softer once we get the shadow in there. It's a little bit strong right now, so we'll just come back with the shadow and let's go over to this area. Let that dry and come on over. to here. Okay, so I'm just gonna wet the leopard just in the body. I mean, like this, his um torso area, not the not the leg. So let's see. You can see where I've wet right there. Yeah, I think there it is. So it's a good not super wet, like it's just that medium wetness. I wanna go for that kind of what we did here, those soft spots to start with, real soft, and then so I need it like this technique, trying to damp. And if it's too wet, it's not gonna be enough distinctive of spots. So I might actually have a slight bit too much water. I'm gonna kind of pull this out some. Okay, I think that's good right there if you can see. It's kind of satin, semi glass, almost satin. That's good. So I think this time I'm gonna go with the warmer um spot, more of a burnt sienna like this here with the purple, but more on the burnt sienna side. Okay, so you can see how it's coming out pretty good. It's soft, but it's not too soft, you know. Um, Sometimes I have to push the brush down harder to get it to come out more if it's not coming out quite enough, you know. I'm just painting these soft ones right here. We can do the more distinctive ones later after this dries just a little bit, you know. So by doing it more brown, not as purple, it's going to push these spots back more. Um, it's gonna push them, make them less noticeable. Gonna kind of make them look farther back and not pop out as much as the purple blue spots, you know? Yeah, yeah. Um, that's good. I think just keep on. I'm gonna keep on going until it gets too dry where it won't receive the paint well. Like right there, it just kind of came out like a spot, like a marker. Um, like putting a marker down on the paper with these sharper edges on the sides. So that's when I know I want to stop. But I actually might could come over here and continue because over here these spots are more distinct, sharper. Okay. And I switched to more of a purple gray this time now because I want these to be more contrasty and contrast with that yellow more. And now I'm just kind of trying to go in before it's completely dry and just feather the edge out with my tip of my brush, parts of the edge. If we don't soften any of the spot, it's gonna kind of like be outlined and demand more attention. Softening the spots allows it to be there without like grabbing the viewer's eye so immediately, you know. So it looks like it's too dry. Better leave it alone. But let's come up here. I'm gonna take a blue, just a pure blue, ultramarine with a little bit of Antwerp. Come right in here and right under the mouth, and wanna try to negative paint that light tuft of hair right at the on the chin where the light's hitting. Um, and what we can do is take a little tiny bit of water. I know this is so small. I hope y'all can see this okay. And then come right up, trying to match the amount of water that I have. So if you look at the reflection, it looks the same. So now I can connect it right here to soften that edge there. We can come in right over here for the same thing. I just added a little bit of Quinrose to it on the lighter part of the chin because it's was just a slight bit too much blue because I don't have pure blue anywhere else in the painting. So by putting that Quinrose with it, it just helps to harmonize it with the rest of the painting, you know? Okay, so once this dries, we can come back with the shadows more. Um, let's come into the tree a little bit and just do our second layer there. Um, just get a little bit more distinction. I like focusing on him because he's more important than the tree, and that'll help establish him in that way. When we come to the tree, we can relate it to him and know how strong to go with the tree. So it's good that we've got him more established a little more so that we can know how much strong we can go with the tree, you know. Just negative painting around this little vine or branch here, um, keeping that dry paper. We can negative paint a little bit of the tree bark texture. Just keep a few little drive um lines going in the direction of that tree bark there. This is gray made with my purple and my um hooker's green. I don't want it to become too gray, so I need to be careful about this. Um, I can keep it wet enough maybe that we can come back and introduce more colors back into it, you know? So it's still pretty wet, so that way I can come back with we can come back with our other color. Little bit of blue here. That's the same blue I used in the mouth. Little ultramarine blue with some Antwerp. We can increase our purple, the amethyst genuine a little bit here. So the blue went right into the shadow. I'm looking at this shadow on my drawing. Um, Usually the blue is a reflection of the sky that you see in the shadow. Reflective color in the shadow. Okay. Yeah. Maybe just come in and soften this edge here again. Since it's pretty dry, it's like satin. It might spread out too much, but I'll just watch it, and if it does, I can lift it again. Uh, and then I like the soft edge, last edge right here on the branch, where it connects right there. So we can just connect some water to that, leaving this edge sharp, leaving that a hard edge right there. Um, Kind of alternating between found and soft and found and soft, and maybe we can emphasize that hard edge right there with a little contrast and emphasize that shadow right there. There's a little bit of burnt sienna right into it, right on the edge there to just give it some extra pop and kind of more contrast, more contrast of color. Yeah. Well, I might should leave this area, let it leave it alone. Sometimes it's better to leave it and not overwork it, you know? After a certain point, it becomes so dry it loses its freshness if you keep on working, you know? So I think the goal, I need to get this line found a little more, but let's go back. I'm gonna go back to the leopard and continue a little more with the spots. Just cover that whole tail with water. So we can start with the spot, work on the spots on the tail. Um, we'll have to come in with the background a little darker, but that's okay. We can do that later. So this is a gray green, sap green with some purple. Amethyst genuine. I just want to transition it from green because I'd like to paint green in my background back here, and that way it will be it looks funny right now, but once we get the background in, it can like not make as much contrast. And here is the amethyst right on top of the green to tone it down a little bit. And then as it comes up higher, more toward the body, we can go more toward the gray purple, less green. And then as it comes up more toward the light here, we could come in. I'm trying to make my paint mixture a little more thicker, like the butter, melted butter, so that way it's gonna stick, and not spread too much. So you can see these are more abrupt and less soft than these ones. These are softer because I did them earlier, sooner, when it was wetter, when the paper was wetter, and my brush is drier now, drier paint mix. Okay, so there we go. And then just I might take my dry brush and uh, splay the brush hairs out like that, and then just kind of come in and soften parts of that. Go in the direction of the hair of the cat, because uh it might blur it out some, Oh, glad you could be here, Michelle. Um, yeah, that's I guess it's really early there in Australia. Glad you could catch on. I mean, hop on and catch a little bit of it. Okay, let's let that dry. Um, while we're letting that dry, come back up to the cat's body. Uh, okay. Yeah, if you're just hopping on, we did have a little bit of a issue with some people not knowing where the chat or able to get the chat up. And I think some solved it by taking it out of full screen mode, and then there was a little button to press, I think, or it was just right there. Um, and then some. I'm gonna have to figure that out. It might be that you need to like um log in. Okay, let's see. Just waiting right over those spots. So I'm trying not to use too much water as I wet over those spots right there, and not to brush around too much, because if I brush a lot, it's gonna loosen them. So I'm gonna keep the face dry, just wetting this shadow back on the neck here, and then leave this highlight area dry right there. Okay, here we go. So that's all wet. You can see can you see the reflection there? See where I've got it wet there? It might could use a little more water. Okay, there we go. Little bit of new gamboge with some burnt sienna right there, and um, let's come in with the amethyst genuine here to cool this down, cool the shadow down. Putting the yellow first will help the purple not be too clean and intense, you know. Oh yeah. Oh, you had to log in Magdalena before you could see the chat. Thanks for thanks for sharing that. You know, paint follows your brush, so if you move your brush, it kind of wherever you lift the brush, it releases the paint. So often I'm just like pulling the brush wherever I want to deposit the paint and then lifting the brush there. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna wet down here while I'm at it. Continue this wetness right down toward the tree here. And then we can come in, let this kind of merge together the two shadow areas here with a little bit of the purple amethyst genuine there. And that'll push the leg out and push the shoulder of the front leg, um, push it back. Let's come in with a little bit of blue here, right up on the, this is where I wanted a little contrast on that edge. And that blue will kind of go with the, harmonize with the, blue in the mouth. Okay, there we go. So before it dries, can you see the reflection? Um, Before it dries, let's come in and drop in a few more spots, real soft spots. I need to do it while it's still wet. And yeah, maybe Magdalena, if you can share your painting in the group, I'd love to see what you do. Um, I'm glad you're painting along with me. Okay, and then I think what we could do is come in now with our spots. I think it's dry enough. It's just like I'm hesitant because it's a little bit wet still, but I'll start down here and test it out and put a little more dark in right here. Start in the more softer places because it's gonna soften most in the beginning when it's more wet. That's just the neutral with the purple and the burnt sienna. And then I'm gonna grab a smaller brush and come in with a drier color, more of a like the honey consistency or melted butter consistency. It's kind of a purple gray again. Now actually on my drawing I just kind of left the spots totally missing, which I might kind of do, but I feel like it needs to transition a little more gently. It kind of goes too quick on the drawing. So I'm gonna just try to transition it from dark to light to no spots very gently, you know? Well, that's what we can darken these a little bit more. They got a little bit washed out, faded, kind of faded out, you know? Okay, and then just come in and soften a few edges before it's completely dry. Gotta kind of scrub a little bit because It's almost past that last minute wetness right here, where it's not really gonna move much unless I kind of put a little bit of a scrub into it. It's really better to soften it a little sooner, but that's okay. It comes out cleaner, a little bit cleaner if you soften it. Um, don't have to scrub it. Okay, yeah. Just soften this edge a little on the back so that way that edge doesn't demand attention and the viewer will look more where we tell them to look at these sharper edges. Okay, let's leave that alone. So I think, it's really needs just a little more detail in the face and of course the spots here, a little bit in here. Um I'm happy with it with that, but it could also use some more detail in the tree to make it more texture and more rugged looking, you know what I mean? So here's that dark gray purple mixture with the burnt sienna and the ultramarine violet. And let's just this really fine brush here and get a little bit of dark right in the mouth. Right in the mouth there for the contrast and just a little hint of detail. You know what I mean? And then I came back with a clean brush to soften, a clean dry brush to soften. Let's do the same thing with the nose here. Can y'all see this okay? I know it's kind of small. I could zoom in, but I think it might get a little more blurry if we zoom in. Thanks for thanks Susan for joining me here. Um, you have a great day. I'm glad you could come and paint with me. I look forward to seeing your painting if you share it. So I put the darks down and then clean my brush and I'm just coming in to soften a few spots. I might leave a sharp place right here for a highlight, but soften the rest of it, the pupil and the shadow underneath. Yeah. I'm just trying to come in and do the same thing, put it down on dry paper with the sharp edges, and then just clean my brush off and come around and soften little pieces of the spots. Parts of it can be sharp. I just want to soften part of the spot so it's not like it's been stuck on like a sticker, like a stamped on. It's part of the cat with hair. The hair kind of softens it. It's funny. I think it's funny how cats, like, no matter how um big or small they are, how wild or domestic they are, they still act the same, and they like their high perches and to be on top of things and look out from up high. Same color, same little bit lighter though, not quite as dark as. And here, I think I'll put this in. Um, thank you, Sherry, for joining. I'm gonna put this in with these diagonal strokes here to kind of imitate the hair, the whiskers, and then come right in and soften part of it out. Try to leave the hairs sharp. Soften the end out. But, okay, I'm just transitioning a little cooler with the spots as it curves around its warmest at the highlight there. Thanks, Karen, Jeff, for joining. Thanks a lot. I'm glad you could be here. Uh, I'm getting the um, emails from the people that the chat's not working for. That's what who I'm talking to. Okay, so just come in and soften a little bit in places. So I want to keep it looking like the hair's going this way, so leaving those little jagged points kind of going this direction diagonally. Okay. Oops. Okay. And then I think really want to get these real contrasty spots, and I don't want to leave it alone without that. Let's see. Real purple, real dark ultramarine violet with some burnt sienna. Real dark right here. Doesn't need to thank Cynthia for being here. Um doesn't need to be sharp all over, but we can soften parts of it. It's a little too stark if we don't soften part of it, I think. Okay. So I think that's pretty good. We could come in and refine this more, but I could sit here for 10 hours and work on this. Um, but I might like zoom back from it, and I feel like it's pretty good. You know, the background could be a little more finished, the dark around his head, and then some detail in the tree. Um, oh, I don't mind. I think that we could. If I appreciate y'all sticking with me, painting this thing so long. Just do a little more here, wet into wet. That's the green with the purple. It's a little bit too green, but I can come in and um fix it up, add some colors, other colors to it in a little bit. Um, and then we can leave the tail dry up here. on the upper part of the tail. I've actually left most of the tail dry. Let's see if you can see. Um, there we go. That's green with the purple, and then graying it down. That way the tail area doesn't get a whole lot of attention, you know? And then we can, it's too much green though, it's too solid. We need to like break it up with some other colors. So I might just throw in a little bit of orange back here. Just lay this in there. Pyrrole, transparent pyrrole orange. So the orange is gonna make the viewer look there, so I wanna put that more up closer to the leopard, not down in the corner. Um, and then we could take, it's kind of like a triadic colors, purple, orange, and green, but we're also using yellow. Um, little bit of purple here. Whoops, too much, too dark. And draw too much attention, you know, being so dark. Um, and then lose the edge here. Put some water down and lose that edge right there. And then we can also put water down here and lose the edge. Um, you know, so while we're at it, I'm just gonna go ahead and go stronger because I wet the tree too. I'm just gonna go stronger on the tree. Some purple gray. Thanks, Toby. Thanks for being here. And then a little bit of gray. Oh, you know what? I don't want to get carried away with that, leaving um this hard edge right here. I want to soften that before it dries too much. Yeah, there we go. Okay, put it down and leaving a few negative painted pieces of the tree texture, and then just fade most of that out, soften a lot of that out. Okay, and then we can come down, and I can't do this right here, the tree trunk, because this is still damp, and that would be a disaster. It would backwash, but we can wait for that. and just soften the edge of the tail before it dries so it's not too outlined with a sharp edge. Just match my brush's wetness with the wash's wetness. Um, yeah, and then I think we can come in and let's go to behind the leopard and just get this a little bit darker to make his head pop. I guess the more calm and peaceful we want it, the less intense color we want. So this, what I'm adding here, is making it less calm. So I want to consider that. And keep that highlighted area of the background dry because that will help the viewer to look up there. I'm going to take my amethyst with some with some quin rose. It'll create like a brown tone back here. But I want to leave some of the yellow peeking through for that nice sense of light kind of filtering through the leaves. So I'm gonna try not to blend it all together but leave pieces of yellow there. A little bit of green and the amethyst together here. To go darker and make him pop a little more. It doesn't need a lot, I don't believe, but we could develop it more. This to me is still like a study, so I would I would try to like do a larger painting and then um maybe develop, you know, work on this a little more and kind of fine tune it even more before going larger. But okay, that's my orange there, just to catch the warmth of the sunlight coming through the leaves, and then we can come in to the tree, back to the tree, and get just a little more darker and more texture in the tree. Putting the texture in like these little shapes directly like this. It's a little risky because I'm not using super wet color and it's on dry paper, so it dries really fast. So you kind of don't have a lot of time to work with it, but you can just set it in and dry your brush off kind of quickly and then just run it along here to soften a few places, leaving some of it sharper. You know what I mean? Just gonna try to get this in here so it's not to break up that big white space on the corner of the paper. It needs to be broken up with something, um, some kind of contrast or shapes or color. Too much white space there. Um, can kind of draw attention to it. It's okay to be a little bit abstract. Okay, now we're almost done here. Let's see. Take a large brush and I'm gonna go into the tree again. Try to get some texture on the edge. So I have my brush that's very blunt and I just took it um, this direction so you can see some of that jaggedness by taking the brush like this way. Um, Not all the way though, not all the way up the edge, but just part of the edge. That's mostly the purple and grayed with the green, hooker's green, amethyst genuine, and hooker's green. There we go. And then we can come in and just kind of mingle a few more colors in here. Orange, match the brush's wetness to the paper. Um, and then some hooker's green here. Actually, I should use that green. Um, to go with the warmth of the green that we have up here. Okay, It's really dry. I need to stop. That's very abstract, kind of wild, but it goes with the ruggedness of the African way of life. Um, while that's wet, we can just come right in. It's still just a little damp. Just come right in with a bit more, just a few little hints of this tree shadows and texture, darks. I'm looking at my sketch though, and I'm seeing like I really want the viewer more directed to this area. I don't want to get carried away and put it all over the tree. Like even this is too much. Um, I'm gonna just gently swipe that because it's too much. Um, let's leave that, and then I kind of like it a little abstract. Um, that's what I've been trying to get in my work. Is just more um little more abstract and looser expression. Just I'm curious what y'all's current art goal is right now. Um, let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and pick this up and let it move some. Let it kind of blend together, you know. I juxtaposed the colors so they were a little bit vivid and clean, vibrant, you know. Which I like, but it was a little too separated, I think. It needed just to be blended a bit more. And we can come and lose this edge here. Um, okay. I think that'll do. We can finish up with this, but I just need to um soften this out a little bit. I'm looking at my sketch here, seeing where I've lost in edges and found edges. I really like the last edge on the shadow here. So I'm trying to soften the edge, but while at the same time leaving some texture and negative spaces of dry paper like this here. So losing that edge that was here, but putting water down out here to lose the edge, but leaving these little dry textured spaces. Um, okay, let's see. Let's look at that. Okay, well, I think that's a good place to stop. I mean, um, I might would do a little more detail in the tree and maybe if you want to refine the spots. I like them loose and I wouldn't lose the softness, but I feel like it kind of goes quick from finished to unfinished right here. That's really all. And maybe go darker right here, but I think overall it's pretty I'm happy with it and feels like we got made uh I feel like this is a good place to study to help me know like what to do and if we want to do a large piece of this um and figured a lot of things out uh, in this with the composition and what's important and everything. Um, Trying to capture the mood more than just like the likeness and realistic, and everything. Um, oh yeah, thanks for sharing your art goal, Sonia. Um, that's a good one. Um, yeah, that's a big one. That's such a good one. I think of to try to be in tune to what you want to say in your art and use use art to connect to this world on a deeper level. Um, that makes it so satisfying and enjoyable, and you can really get more uh better and better like doing that in your art. But y'all have a blessed day, and we'll see you soon.